Good afternoon everybody and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel, and today we are going to begin a playthrough of Quern, Undying Thoughts. Now, as usual, I've played approximately the first 5 minutes of the game for testing and setting up purposes. Besides that, I really don't know much about it. I've been told it's a very good game, and it's in the vein of the old Myst games, which sounds very promising. So let's get into it. So this is where we begin, without any real explanation. That's interesting. I've just noticed the wear or dirt that seems to be on the stone there. Looks almost like it could be soot, doesn't it? Not sure it is though. But it's clearly not anything like lichen, because there would be no reason for it to grow in that pattern and just there. Huh. And we have this funny old stuff round the back. On the other side of this fence we have some sort of cavern over there, although it's not entirely clear how large that is. It could be extremely small, no bigger than we can see, or it might be considerably more than that. There's a wooden walkway over there. And there's a wooden walkway over here. I assume we can therefore go under this area. We must be in an elevated spot.
Welcome. I am Professor William Maythorn. Although I bear responsibility for trapping you in this world, I have no intention of harming you in any way. As a matter of fact, you should consider yourself lucky, for I wish to share all my knowledge with you. I will grant you the opportunity to study all of my discoveries and examine my wondrous creations. Eventually, I will require your assistance in an essential matter. You must cooperate with me, for you have no reason or chance to resist.
So, Professor Maythorn seems to take quite a light view of kidnapping, if I'm to understand that letter correctly. That's interesting. I just noticed this structure here that goes onto the top of the large A, capital A shaped stone structure. But yes, Professor Maythorn seems to take quite a light view of kidnapping and seems quite confident that we will see value in his work, which we may or may not do, but I do note his confidence. Now this is the first puzzle of the game. We've just picked up a quarter of a circle, and you'd think, oh well, you just place it in here, but it won't fit. That's because there are these little recesses in the stone, and we have to make sure that the corresponding pieces which stick out of the back of this piece match up. This is the only puzzle in the game that I have completed before now. Area discovered, main square. I didn't notice, did we get told what this area was called? Oh, we have a map. This is actually the first time I've used the map. I apparently wasn't paying enough attention when I was testing and setting up. Interesting, so this is called the Gateway. Interesting. I do like the aesthetic that this gives you as you're walking over the bridge, and you get the warmer colours coming from down below. From a distance you might mistake it for fire, but of course it isn't. It's these strange glowing crystals which we currently have no knowledge of, apart from what is immediately apparent, that they're glowing crystals. So there's a big tower, but no obvious way to get into it. I mean, that looks like the main entrance, and it looks like some sort of bridge should connect up there. But I don't see anything, any corresponding structure on the other side. I wonder, does this tower rotate by any chance? Ah, there's a bit of a retractable bridge here, but that doesn't look like it would... is at the right elevation or long enough to connect up. What else do we have? Obviously a building over here. Oh, hello. That's interesting. That looks like it's part of a lever. Or perhaps is a lever. I assume something goes in the top, since it's hollow and quite short. Could be wrong. This is interesting, isn't it? the structure the tower's built on. It's actually quite thin at the bottom. I suppose if all the weight is pushing down, which is what you'd expect, there's no reason why this shouldn't be balanced. But it does get you the impression that this wouldn't have to lean too far to one side or the other, and this whole thing would come crashing down. Ooh. That looks like a... oh, what's it called? There's a name for these. Iris diaphragm, I think. So, in other words, it looks like this should open out in all directions. You see those on cameras focusing. Ooh. This is interesting. So there's a chest in there, some pieces of wood, but it's actually quite a small building. It's clearly too small for someone to live in on a... This building is clearly too small for someone to... for it to be the place where someone spends the majority of their living, if that makes sense. I'm not explaining very well. I mean, clearly you could go in here and have a nap, but you're not going to be doing your cooking in here. There's no other facilities. So I wonder if this is more of an office or a storehouse. Right, so I can push this from side to side, although it's not immediately apparent why I would want to do so. And then there's this section here, which looks different to the other. There's 8 of them, aren't there? It's a circle that's been cut into 8ths. Oh. Well, this is curious, isn't it? Very curious. So if I... yes, indeed. If I moved it to the far right extremity, then it moves the outermost piece. I'm not entirely sure what the point of this is. It could be a combination lock, thinking about it. Expecting 5 numbers in octal, essentially. That would make sense. 5 digits, I suppose. I mean, 5 octal digits. What else do we have? A building here, but apparently no way in. Another area we don't currently have access to. What's supporting this? Oh, there's just a bridge over the top. How does that work? So these posts go into the ground. That's holding the bridge up, and then the ropes come down to hold this bridge up, apparently. I'm not quite sure why they didn't just put posts underneath the bridge. The lower bridge, I mean. Hanging platform. Ooh. So presumably that's half of a shortcut, and once we find a way over there we can lower that bridge as well. There is a name for that, isn't there? I can't think what it is right now. A chest, which we cannot get into at present. Some more glowing crystals. Interesting. So this is some sort of winch. Presumably then I want it extended on the ground, so if I were up here and I wanted to have the rope and hook fully what's the word, opposite of extend, fully contracted, then I could just operate the lever here. But presumably the reverse is not true at the bottom. Ooh, I have some sort of torch. And another letter from M. Presumably that's Professor Maythorn.
When I set foot in this island, I was an enthusiastic archaeologist in search for the remains of an ancient civilization, the Dulmar. In manuscripts, they refer to this place as the Forbidden World. They called it Quern. To simplify it, by the right of the explorer, I gave this island a new name, Quern. I soon realized that this world means much more than an archaeological site, and my interests expanded. To make you understand the extraordinary nature of this island, and to clarify my deeds for you, I left a series of letters around the island.
Interesting. So he couldn't just meet us in person then? So the people of the Dulmar. Although since he mentioned he's an archaeologist, I can only assume that they're an ancient people. Definitely nothing important over there that I missed? I don't think so. Hello. Oh, I can't seem to interact with that. That's interesting. I should probably copy that symbol down in case it turns out to be useful later on. So it's like a cog with 8 teeth. Hold on, let me do that again. I did an awful job then. I do need to find some way to share my notes with everyone when I'm streaming, don't I? I'm having a surprising amount of difficulty copying this out in any way that doesn't look terrible. I'm not sure why. Okay, my third attempt will have to do, even though it isn't brilliant. I think it's just about recognisable. Right. Let's carry on. So there's still no way over there. Interesting. Not quite sure what I'm looking at here. Looks like two bits of wood that have been embedded in stone, but why you would want to do that, I don't know. Oh, and there's a pentagon. A pentagonal hole. That's peculiar. Interesting. Can I interact with this? Oh, I can. I get the impression that I'm not quite strong enough to lift these pieces easily. Because I keep falling down when I try and lift them up. Huh. Well, that's curious anyway. That looks familiar. Was that the symbol we saw right at the start of the game, or is that a different one? Perhaps I should start copying some of these other symbols out. No, it is different. But I will make a copy of this. Right, I have a copy of that. Yeah, again, my drawing skills seem to be deserting me. Not that I could be called a particularly skilled drawer on the best of days. Right, where was the other one? That's the same symbol. This is a different symbol. Clearly. Right. So this door we don't have access to presently. Or rather, we can't use the door presently. We don't have the benefit of the door. What is this doing, actually? Like, what is the function of this contraption? Oh look, there's a hexagonal hole. Okay. So, I get the feeling this is somehow involved with this. I mean, they're not right next to each other for no reason, I'm sure. But then... I was just thinking, but then where does, to what ends are these presumably connected? I was trying to figure out where the machinery continued. There's a rope here and there's a rope here. So I can only conclude that in some way this is involved in lowering the bridge there. Right. Hello Orion, it's lovely to see you again. How does it go so far? Well, I'm at the very, very beginning. I've seen 2 letters so far, and I've picked up a glowing crystal torch. That's about it. But yeah, reasonably well. I'm starting to get my bearings, I think. So I'm guessing... Yes. I thought so. There's a hole there. So in theory, with the right sized piece, I could slide one of these bricks into here. And then that would create weight, which would presumably cause this to descend, and then this to rise, which will pull that down, and I'll have access to that building. I don't remember specifically if I recommended this game to you, if it's possible, so I'm glad to see you try it. I think you may have done. I certainly remember asking about other Mist-like games, and so this ended up on the old list of games to try at some point, and here I am. Right, so I can lift a piece up temporarily, but I can't then shift it along, it would seem. Ah, is that why I'm able... Well, I'm not able to presently, but is that why this thing appears to be able to rotate? I wonder if once I get a hexagonal beam of some sort, that is, its cross-section is a hexagon, so it can fit in there. I wonder if I can then rotate this 180 degrees, so all the pieces will then fall. And then it becomes a matter of rearranging the pieces so that I can slide a brick in here and then presumably get access there. I don't really see what else I can do at present with this. So yes, I assume I'm looking for a part. Then welcome to Quern. As a technical note, there should be a button to lock view. So when working on a puzzle, your mouse is free moving on screen rather than locked to the center. Oh yeah! Thank you. I'll have to remember that. Right, so of course there's some speculation on my part, but I think we've more or less worked out what this is, but we're looking for a missing part, so we'll have to come back there later. Oh, hello. I don't get told what items are, do I? I can't tell if that's... Oh, is it a plate of pine cones? I think so. Bit peculiar, but still. So we also have this lever here, which I assume we're looking for a piece to complete it. Similar story here. Hang on. That symbol that the cursor has become, that is the same shape as we encountered before. Where was it? I've forgotten where it was. Not there. Oh dear, my memory. We were just there only a moment ago. Now I can't have been here. There it is. That symbol. That's the exact same symbol that we saw rotating when we were hovering over here, which is interesting. I wonder if that's just supposed to be a generic gear and it's almost a coincidence that the devs chose the same symbol for the cursor to become when you hover over certain objects. Let's see if it becomes the same thing over here, for example. Ah, it does. That's probably all that is then. Also, there should be a button to toggle help, which makes interactive objects glow. Can be helpful if stuck. Oh, I think I remember that. Yes, like so. That appears to be left alt. Finally, in the full screen inventory, there's a little button in the corner of the screen which shows help about what the item may be. Helpful if desired, but not required. Interesting. It looks like a torch with a glowing crystal. I hope I can use its energy for something. Okay, that is quite a lot of help. Just saying it looks like a torch with a glowing crystal would have been helpful on its own. I mean, in this case it seems a bit obvious, but just in case you're not sure what's being depicted. But then to tell me use its energy, that's quite the clue. A bowl of powdered pine cones. I wouldn't necessarily have thought of using its energy, as it were. But one to be aware of, I suppose. I can only assume I'm missing something. Either an item, or possibly a combination. I suppose it could be a location, but I feel like we've been fairly diligent in terms of searching the surroundings. Nice that it's optional to see that text, indeed. And thank you for letting me know. That's very helpful. Anyway, as usual, I'm willing to answer direct questions if you choose to ask, but only if you very clearly ask. In the meantime, I'll be around, but mostly lurking. Good luck and have fun. Thank you very much, and have a nice lurk. Ooh, hello. I'm not sure if I was supposed to be able to leap up here in quite the fashion I did, but there's definitely something in there, isn't there? Unfortunately, that probably doesn't do us much good right now. I wonder if I can do that again, or if that was a 1 in a million fluke. I can do that again. This looks a lot like an entrance to somewhere, doesn't it? As if this stone rock face is supposed to move out of the way somehow. I take it I didn't miss anything in the starting area, did I? Because we left fairly quickly, but didn't look like there was anything else there. Oh, there is this thing here. Oh, so this can be interacted with. Whoa. Interesting. Didn't seem to do anything, mind you. I'm just going back over the areas we've been already, but this time I'm using left alt quite a lot. I mean, I assume the developers wouldn't have put that into the game if they didn't intend us to use it. Ooh. I wouldn't necessarily have thought of trying to interact with that at this point because it looks too high. I think it is too high. I take it I can't reach over here, can I? No. That's fair enough. Although to be fair, I think this could be, if this were real life, I think this could be traversed quite easily. It's not like the waters are particularly dangerous looking. There could be something in there, but it's not like they aren't extremely calm, because they are. You could probably scramble up there and then pull the lever. One quirk of the can interact glow is that it's very general. Glows regardless of already done or usable now, or need some tool but you don't have it. Yes, I was getting that impression already because it was glowing for one of the quarter circle pieces that you use to get through the door out of the gateway into the main square. I'd already picked it up, so it didn't really make sense that it should be glowing. But good to have that confirmed. And here, I picked something up here, didn't I? Probably the torch. Gonna be honest, this may take me a while. If I'm not missing any items or information, then I'm clearly unaware that I can do something. Can I interact with this? No. I assume then this opens up in response to something else. I do feel like this is a puzzle that we should be able to do around now. But again, it seems like we're missing a piece. Take your time, it's a favourite, but I remember quite a lot of what now moments. You can get it. Oh, thank you. Okay, so what? There's a map, isn't there? What are the possible areas we might be able to get to? Where's the gateway? That's the gateway, so that's the way we came. So there's the building over here we don't yet have access to. The building over here. The tower in the centre. That's an interesting thing, isn't it? Maybe I should try to find out what that is. Let's see. We've managed to go over here to the hanging platform, and there's half of a bridge here. But we don't have the other side lowered yet. I assume we do that going the other way. So that it acts more of a sort of shortcut back as opposed to an area we gain access to from this direction. And there's some stuff over here. A door here. I assume that's where the... Yes, that must be where the stone... the hollow in the stone is, where it looks like it should be possible for part of the surface to move out the way and give us entrance. Could be wrong. So that must be the contraption with the stones in, where it looks like we want to be able to turn the entire structure, but we can't yet because we don't have a beam with a hexagonal cross section. And then that's the building that I think we would gain access to were we able to do that. So what is that? Is that us? That's us. Okay. So that very peculiar thing on the map, that was just us. And as I stated, help is available if desired. Thank you. I certainly may do that. But I think I'll flail about a little bit before then. What is going on with this door? Is that just... Yeah, the game seems fairly adamant I can't gain entrance from this side. I suppose it depends what type of lock it is. I mean, it looks like it's just being held in place by a piece of wood that's resting there, and you'd think with these giant gaps I could reach through and open it, but perhaps not. Perhaps it is a more sophisticated lock than that. Those are interesting, but I can't interact with them. This is also interesting. This isn't where the power was needed, is it? Do I have to do anything in particular to use an item? Or is it sufficient that I just have it selected in my inventory, and then if I try to interact with something, it would automatically be used if there was a special interaction? This is probably the way through that lets us lower the other side of the bridge, I would guess. I'll confirm you do need it selected to use, but other than that, nothing special needed. Excellent. For this, I assume I need a small key, which I don't have, so that's no help. Oh, interesting that I can't interact with this again. You'd assume that if I used it again, it'd bring the bridge back up, but that's not even an option. I mean, fair enough. That means I know I don't need to worry about it again. So I wonder, I feel like this is the most likely next area to go to, because this looks like a combination lock as I suggested earlier. The problem is I haven't the foggiest what the combination is. Also, very generally, I'll confirm everything is fairly logical. If you find a key, eventually there is a keyhole, etc. Ah, that's good to know. Nothing superfluous. Alright, let's imagine this is the next area I'm supposed to go to. I don't know that, but let's say it is. And let's suppose this is a combination lock. It stands to reason that I'd have to be able to find the combination somewhere, and it's probably graphical. If you wanted someone to find it, but, well, this is the thing, you wouldn't bother putting a lock there if you wanted just anybody to get in there. But equally, if you wanted someone to be able to stumble across it, preferably the right person, where would you put it? I suppose somewhere where you would expect that person to... The right person would definitely go to, but other people might not. So perhaps it would be visible from the gateway? I take it those letters... There it is. That only looked like half the combination though. How do I look at other letters? Browse letters. There we go. So that's the innermost ones, that's the outer ones. I do feel like a bit of a dope now. Clearly I wasn't paying enough attention to those letters. Alright, so the outer ones, we want one in the 4th position and one in the 5th position. That's the 4th position. That's the 5th position. So if we go to the other letter, so it's from innermost to outermost, 3, 8, 2. So that's 3, 8, 2. Wonderful. Let's hope this exact pattern doesn't end up being very important. Ooh. Life sketches. So it's suggesting that I can catch a fish with a pine cone, which is very interesting, since I have a bowl of crushed pine cones. Ooh, what's in the chest? Interesting. That's obviously a handle of some kind. I'm not entirely sure what for though. Ah, it's got a hexagonal base to it, so that must be to do the other puzzle over there. Just having a very careful look around, since it would be a pity to miss something important. I'll very quickly make a sketch of that, just because I have this awful feeling that's going to be the solution to a puzzle at some point. Fairly symmetrical, isn't it? So it'd be that. Right, I've got a sketch of that now. One final very quick look using left alt. I'm not missing anything, am I? Don't think so. Above my head? Nope. Okay, I think we're good. Right, now I assume this puzzle will be fairly straightforward now. He says, hopefully. Right, so what happens if I turn this? Does this... Yes, it turns it 180 degrees. No, it doesn't. It only turns it 90 degrees. Oh, I see. So presumably I'm supposed to stand up here and then move the pieces about. Ah, that makes sense. I wonder if this brick specifically is the one that I'm supposed to move into the receiving piece over there, the receptacle. Well, easy way to test that. Let's try and move a different piece in there and see what happens. Yeah, the game does not seem happy with me. Okie dokie. So how am I going to do this? Good question. So that's a bit closer. And then I can shift these round. Should be able to make room for this. No, I can't. Not yet. That needs to be moved out the way. Which is going to be a problem. Logically speaking, this one isn't... what I'm getting at is that the two double bricks here, they're going to be the biggest nuisance to move. They probably don't want to be in the same column. How am I going to move them out the way though? Right, this can't be a million miles off how the puzzle started. Why do I even want to move these two? I suppose it doesn't matter that much. I just need them out the way. This piece is going to be a problem to moving this piece down. So I probably need them to be in completely different columns, I would guess. But that's where this piece becomes a problem. So I can do something like that. But that only gets me part of the way there. And then I'm stuck. I can't just move bits out, can I? No. That would be too easy. How silly of me. Problem is, this piece is in the way now. Yeah, these two really are acting as blockers, aren't they? I'm never going to be able to move this piece along horizontally more than, well, certainly never more than one position if it's in the middle. That suggests to me that I want to move it down low quite quickly, which probably means I need to get those 4 bits together. The 4 1x1s. But this was the situation I got into before, wasn't it? Yeah. I think that's progress getting this right up the top, although I must admit I'm a bit stuck now due to this piece. So I think I need to do the same sort of thing again. I need to get this one all the way over here, preferably. Goodness knows how I'm going to do that, though. I need these in the position where this is. But now this one's in the way. These two need to swap positions at some point. There's no two ways about that. How is that going to be possible with this? It's a very good question. I think that's actually the crux of the puzzle now I think about it. I think it's just swapping these two's positions, so this one's below this one, if you consider this to be the bottom. And then you get stuck here. What if these were the other way round? Like so. You'd still get stuck there. Although perhaps not quite as badly. That then goes there. Presumably. But then this one needs to come up and this one's right in the way. And because these are on the same level currently, I can't slide any of the 1x1 pieces around. That is to say, if I get into this position, they're all stuck because they can't. None of these pieces can enter this row because this row is entirely full. Okay, that implies I don't want this piece here yet. But how does that work? Because they do need to, as I say, this piece does need to swap row with this piece. Not that you asked for help here, but remember much more of solve the sliding block puzzle to access redacted and specifics of how to solve puzzles like this. That's fair enough. I mean, that's the game, isn't it? Trying to think your way through these puzzles. Consider things that must be the case and that are probably the case, etc., until you figure it out. Yeah, this is very interesting. I think this probably needs to be in a central position. But then how do I move these squares about with difficulty? And then I end up in the same situation again. Problem is, I'm freeing up room over here, but I have no way to get pieces over there. So what I'm thinking is that the 1x2 pieces here, the horizontal ones, they need, for me to be able to get this piece down here so that I can slide it into the receptacle over here, they need to swap columns. Sorry, wrong one. They need to swap row so that this one is below this one. But they can only possibly move past each other if they're at the two extremes. One of them's going to have to be in column 1 and 2, and the other's going to have to be in column 3 and 4. There's no other way, otherwise they're going to collide with each other. But this piece acts as a blocker. Whichever column this is in, the corresponding horizontal block cannot move at all. It's just locked in place. And so it then becomes a puzzle of how do I move this piece? If these pieces need to slide relative to each other, then how do I have to move this piece, the vertical 2x1, to allow that movement to take place? I think I was wrong earlier. I think these probably do have to be in the same column. Hold on, am I overthinking this? I may be. These don't have to move relative to each other, provided they're both in this row, the bottom row. Maybe that's the key. So, is there any way I can reverse this situation? Get this piece on this side? Maybe. Like so? But then this is locked in place, which doesn't help. That gains us nothing. That gains us nothing. I've done it. No, I haven't. Ignore me. Now I've done it. So they did have to swap places. They did have to swap rows. I must admit that was more just moving bits about until it started to look right than anything else, but we got there. Wonderful. And that worked exactly as I predicted. That's very satisfying. Crystal lab. Interesting. Oh dear. Okay, so this is probably some sort of combination lock? Looks like it. I'm wondering if I should copy these out. These could be part of an alphabet. Perhaps I should wait and see. Ooh, that's another symbol. I don't think we've encountered that one before. No, we haven't. Right, just made a copy of that. Ooh, nice view. Interesting. Just trying to figure out if I can look at different pages. I don't think I can. So what do we have here? The Legend of Quernelloc. Quernelloc, Dolmerian for Land of Undying Thoughts, is a mythological world first mentioned in an ancient Dalmarian manuscript where it represented a great but undefined and uncontrolled power. According to the legend, wielding the power of Quern is a double-edged sword, holding the metaphorical meaning of the greatest, ultimate responsibility. This legendary world had a considerable impact on literature. Due to its enigmatic and unclear meaning, this world has no defined role in the Dalmarian mythology. The allegorical aspect of Quern was taken up in the works of several post-Dalmarian writers. There are writings in which Quern is mentioned as the world of the Saviours as an example of utopia. However, in several manuscripts, writers blame the curse of this world for the very fall of the Dalmar. According to legend, Quern is a monoway world that was hidden within the world chain somewhere between the Lashan line and the eastern edge of the Eloan world cloud. According to our current knowledge, the idea of a hidden world contradicts the rules of the world chain. Many unsuccessful expeditions were launched in search of Quern throughout the centuries. While present-day philologists and historians agree that the story is fictional, there is still debate on what served as its inspiration. So, reference 74, a series of secluded worlds mostly populated by primitive independent tribes, and 75, a cloud of 21 civilized worlds which are members of the United Empire of Worlds. Interesting. Quite a lot worth making a record of there. So we have the Lashan line, a series of secluded worlds, mostly populated by primitive independent tribes. I wonder if we'll get to go there at some point. And the Elona world cloud. A cloud of 21 civilized. I wonder what they mean by civilized. Worlds which are members of the United Empire of Worlds. United Empire. So they probably have an emperor then, or empress. As weird as it sounds, not every large multinational organisation called an empire has had an emperor or empress, but it seems like a good assumption. What else is worth recording here, if anything? I suppose that Quern actually, I suppose I should give it its full title. Quern Oh, they use IPA. Which is the land of undying thoughts. Is hidden between the above two. That is the Lashan line and the Eloan world cloud. Wonderful. Interesting. Is this trying to bring my attention to this structure, I wonder? Oh wait, I can activate it. Doesn't seem to do anything, but I can. Ooh, there's actually quite a lot I can interact with here. Right, this seems like it's going to be important. So let's make sure we have a copy of this. I'm assuming that the right-hand side is some sort of tally. Interesting that there's no repeating, if it is a tally, that there's no repeating numbers there. It's the numbers 1 to 5. That makes me wonder if this is actually an order as opposed to some sort of measure of magnitude or something like that. Ooh. Interesting. I was trying to figure out if this is acting like a black light, but I don't think it is, because we can see everything here even without the filtered light. Although, admittedly, it does make it glow more. Presumably I'm supposed to put something in there. Interesting. I think I may be charging it in some way. Don't know if this is a good idea or not, mind you. Ah, maybe there was that text earlier on that mentioned using the torch for power. Perhaps it's actually more like a battery, as opposed to some sort of generator. In which case, perhaps once I've exhausted its supply of energy, I then have to come back here and recharge it. Just guesswork on my part, that could be wildly wrong. I'll tell you what, I will make a quick copy of this, I think. I just get the feeling that it's going to be useful in the future. Trying to get a better angle. I think this is the best angle I'm going to get. Oh wait, I can zoom in, can't I? How do I do that? That's how I do that. Right. Copy these out quickly. At least the glyphs seem more distinctive than a lot of the Denis glyphs from Myst. Right, that's the first 2 rows. That's the third row. Fourth row. Right, I have a copy of all that. Right, let's keep going. What's this? Just a rug. I can't tell if there's a faded diagram on there or if that's just dirt. Interesting. Looks like it should be possible to walk underneath this building. Right, I've no doubt we'll be back here again at some point. Actually, what did we even gain that's useful in terms of solving future puzzles? I mean knowledge, but aside from that. Draw a sketch. Oh, okay. That's convenient. Okay, so that'll that's a good alternative to me writing everything down going forwards. Although I'll probably do a bit of both. Yeah, so how do I progress from here? He says to himself. Have I missed an object, I wonder? So gaining access to that building over there. Do we know the name of the building by any chance? We don't. Gaining access to that building gave me access to that building. I take it if I go in there I don't get given a name. No. I take it... Yeah, there's nothing else here that's obviously helpful, is there? There's no combinations there, which I failed to appreciate before. I wonder why they do that. We've seen this in several locations now, the way they sort of frame their windows with paint. Wait, what? Oh, there's something in there, isn't there? So presumably I have to do something to open this? Oh, I'll tell you something I should try. This won't necessarily work. But there's this picture in here of this fish that's attracted to a pine cone. In fact, it looks like it's some sort of electric eel, judging by the what looks like sparks coming off of it. And it's on a fishing line. Well, I did find that winch earlier on, didn't I, with a hook on the end. I did indeed solve the sliding stones puzzle. Okay, that didn't work. No, they don't want to go together, do they? That's a shame. I thought I might have been onto something there. Yeah, the sliding stones puzzle wasn't too bad in the end, although I think part of it was just down to me trying things until it worked. I wonder why they're trying to draw my particular attention to this type of tree, which looks vaguely like a pine tree, and this building there. Is that the building? I can't really tell what building that is, can I? It could be that building, but it needn't be. I take it the torch doesn't go in here. No. So I've been in here. I've made a note of all these characters. I'm aware that it appears to be some sort of combination puzzle, although I don't know what the combination is. Read the entry in the book there. Figured out that I can apparently charge my torch here. That's what it looks like anyway, and that's about as far as I've got. So the thing that I was musing over is, now that I've gained access to this room, how does it grant me access to anywhere else? It feels like a bit of a dead end. Like, I've got some interesting information from here, but it's not clear how I progress. I take it I can't use the torch here, can I? No. I was wondering if I could... Well, I don't see a lens in there, but I was wondering if in some way putting a torch in here would cause something to happen over there or something, but no such luck. In the vein of this, I mean. How do I zoom? That's how I zoom. There is some sort of lens over there. Do you think that corresponds to that? If, for example, I had the torch on the other side of what I can only assume is a lens there, would the beam pass through here and then through that window to somewhere useful? Where would it go to? I don't see much that's useful over here. Just some buildings and trees. Hello? Is this what I've been looking for? Probably. That's probably lowered or raised one of those gates, however they work. Presumably not this one. Oh, yep. So for the record, there was more than one of them, wasn't there? Ah, this is slightly different. Yeah, that's slightly different. So is that the only area I've just gained access to? course, I'm perfectly happy if it is. Just want to be sure. Ah, this was the other one. Ah, it's done 2 of them. Interesting. Start with the one over here for no particular reason. I do know, but for now I'll interpret your question as a thought process and not request for a hint. Indeed. One minor annoyance in this game, sometimes mouse action is just click, sometimes it's click and drag like on the lever, and it's not always super clear which is needed. Yes. This is true. Ah, I don't have proper access over here. Well, now that's interesting. That suggests that to get over here I do need to... Ah, that must be why this is a shortcut. There's probably another way over there to that side, and that probably requires a long walk somewhere or other, and then by pulling the lever there you gain quick access back over here, and then you can just use it as a shortcut from then on. That's my guess. Ah, was this the area we could see from over the fence right at the very beginning of the game? Yes, I think that must be the gateway we're looking up at there. Yes, it is. Ah, so this is the area I suggested right at the start of the game probably exists. There was a walkway underneath the gateway. Ooh, that's a new shape. Right, I've got a record of that now. Can I press it? No. Again, this looks remarkably like a entrance somewhere, as if this rock face should be movable somehow. I imagine we'll be coming back here later. Ooh. That could have been easily missed. Well, actually, I suppose it's quite obvious when you're coming back the other way. Interesting. This also has 8 spokes, like the other gear shapes we've been encountering so far. Not entirely sure what its function is though. Okay, let's head up this way. Ah, I don't think there's a way in. No, it doesn't look like it. I probably come out this way at some point then. And then it acts as a shortcut. Ah, this central mechanism can be interacted with, just not presently. Watchtower. Interesting. Who's watching whom? This can also be interacted with, and because it looks identical to the one we just encountered, I wonder if there's a special item we receive later on that allows us to interact with these where we couldn't earlier. Ah, that's probably the watchtower. I was just thinking, as much of a fine building as it is, it's not much of a tower. Hello. Another one of those iris diaphragms. I think that's a mirror as opposed to a lens. And it roughly lines up with that window. That's interesting. That is a new symbol. And it's glowing for some reason. Those metal drums are relaxing, aren't they? Oh my goodness. Everything's glowing. Oh, I didn't realise I could do that. Can I do that with any item? Yes. What's going on here then? I don't know. The two little crystals, I mean. Nothing else appears to be glowing. Right. I assume there's nothing more to be done there for now. That appears to be a lens. I have a guess where that's used. Hello? What's going on here then? Actually, I don't need to copy that out, do I? I can make a sketch.
Through my geological research, I discovered that one of the island's most common endemic minerals can be used as a weak but consistent energy source. To test out their limits, I started to construct simple mechanisms designed to harness the power of these natural energy crystals.
I feel like he didn't even finish that letter. I mean, as odd as it seems for him to just scatter letters about the island for us to find, you'd think that each one would at least be a self-contained unit. Ah, this is where I was, the other side of where I was before, wasn't I? That must be the crystal lab, and that's where I was thinking the lens would probably go. Oh, does this work the other way? Ah, but this does... Oops. Interesting. That is actually increasing my render distance, isn't it? I'm pretty sure. Yes, because I can't see that over there. Not without the benefit of this telescope. Interesting. Little cave over there. Is that a cave? Yeah, looks to be some sort. Right. Of course, it's possible there's something here that I've missed. But I'd suggest the next thing to do is set the telescope up thusly. So it's sending a beam over there. Can I aim it more precisely if I look through? Yes. Perfect. Not sure what that's going to achieve, but it seems like a thing to do. Oh, actually, just for the sake of it, what happens if I do that? Ow! Ooh! What have I done? So it isn't simply a mirror then, it's actually a receiver. I have no idea what that did. I wonder, have any of the other of those... Yes, this one's been raised as well. Ah, I think this means it's on in some sense of the word. So are those toggles? Yes. Alrighty then. So, I take it if I move the... Yes, if I move the beam out of the way, they all lower again. So I probably want it there for the moment. Where was that diagram I saw before? In here, wasn't it? Yes, this hasn't changed. So this isn't some sort of display. This really is just the engraved diagram as it looks like. Fair enough. So we'll keep it there for now. But at some point I imagine we're going to want to set a lens up there. And direct the beam somewhere. Interesting. This one doesn't want to work. Is that to do with the number that have been turned on? No, it can't be because that one was off. Oh. Now that's interesting, isn't it? So when I remove the beam from there, whatever these things are, they turn off. That one doesn't want to start. Oh. Why do so few of these want to start now? I had them on earlier. What's changed? That is curious, isn't it? Could it be a power problem? Could it be that the torch is discharged and needs to be charged up again? I did notice that there's loops back around to where we'd come from. So, in fact, both gates that I opened effectively lead to the same place. Anyway, where was I? I was charging my torch. I don't know how much I'm supposed to charge it, but hopefully that'll do. Right, let's see if that changes anything. That was happy to turn on. That one's still not happy to turn on. This one's off again. But it's staying on for now. That one's staying on. Could it be some other sort of combination lock? Perhaps there's a specific order. Well, that's not quite a combination lock, is it? Could there be an order that I'm supposed to activate these in? Hold on, we can test that. Turn this off again. Oh, I can't. We'll cause it to fail. Now, if it is down to the order, then I'd expect this not to want to turn on yet. Ah ha ha ha! Okay. We're getting somewhere. So this one first. Then this one. Are there any others around here? There could be others in places I'm not currently aware of course. So I think I've tried that one as the third one before, haven't I? So the logical thing to try would be this one. That seems to have worked. Not quite sure what I'm doing here. Well, that did something. I assume. If that's a one-time thing, then I probably don't need to record the order. I was about to write it down, but it doesn't seem like I'm likely to need to do that again. Really not quite sure what I've done, though. Where did I want this to go? I wanted to go here, didn't I? Out of curiosity, if I were to move the beam back down now, would the... No, they don't come up again. That's interesting. How would you reset them, though? I assume they serve some useful purpose. That is to say that you wouldn't bother having them there if you always wanted them on. If you always wanted whatever it is these things do on, then you wouldn't bother with some sort of switch or lock. So I wonder how it is that they get reset. I mean, they were clearly reset at some point, unless since construction they've always been in the off state, which would seem odd. Nothing's changed here, has it? Oh, hold on. This has changed drastically. What do I have here? I have no idea what that is. Interesting. Am I supposed to get a very special set of screwdrivers or something? Huh. I haven't the foggiest. Well, something to bear in mind. That may be important later. In fact, it probably will. Right, now, let's put the lens in here. Ahaha!
I prepared for your arrival for decades.
Decades?
The only thing you need to do is to climb the stairs I've built. This is the place where my journey began, where I became truly aware of the unbelievable power this island possesses. I was rather curious back then, so eager to discover and learn. My mind was so clear and naive. I miss those times. Your journey must also begin here. I need you to inspect my studies and understand the basic utilities of these crystals. I've put an empty notebook right next to this letter. Feel free to take notes and draw sketches for yourself.
I'm pretty sure that letter was there before and I just didn't notice. Because I doubt the letter itself was invisible until we... Oh, that's what's been revealed. Ah, so it was supposed to be a sort of invisible ink then. Huh. Well, this is very interesting, isn't it? I'm just trying to think what is being depicted here. Am I looking at some sort of alphabet or a numeral system? I mean, I must admit, at face value, it reminds me of the sort of syllabary charts you get, where, for example, the rows might be consonant sounds and the top vowel sounds, but the problem with that is that these do look a lot like they're supposed to be numbers, don't they? What was the other note I found in here? This was it. So 4 is the circle with a hat, 2 is the S with a dot. So that's not the order they're in. So this is what, 1 1, 1 2 and so on. Oh no, because that's probably not 1. That's 3. So what, this is 3 1, 3 2, 3 3 and so on. I now have a picture of this, but this seems important enough that it may be worth my making my own record of it as well. I do know these are not in. These seem to be the same characters we encountered before in the combination lock-like thing over there, but that is not the order they were in. This is an entirely different order. Foa Hexaran, just a note, if you zoom in when you create a sketch, the sketch will be zoomed in too. Can make some easier to look at. Thank you for letting me know. Also, it's lovely to meet you. I hope I didn't butcher your name too much. Always fun to watch puzzle games, and it was good enough. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. So what I think I'll do is I'll make a copy of this, and then I'll probably add the numerical information I got before. Is that character or is that character? Could be either. Ah, that disambiguates. So that's the second row done. Also, it's lovely to see you, Yisha. How are you? Nearly there. Right, that's all that copied out. And over here we had a second group of tallies. Assuming that's what those are. Right, that's all been recorded. So it's still not clear what the association is between the what I assume to be tallies at the top and the symbols over here that seem to have corresponding tally values, but I'm sure we'll get to that eventually. It's interesting that no symbol is repeated, so this isn't something like a multiplication table. Now let's have a look at these hands. Those do look like human hands, don't they? Yes, which I suppose is what we'd expect, but you know, it was worth double checking, you never know. I do wonder what this is trying to tell me. Anyway, we'd best carry on exploring, hadn't we? I believe there was an area over here we haven't looked at yet. Ah. I see a problem. I'm guessing then that I'm not supposed to leave my items behind. Oh, can I not pick up the lens? Okay, the lens seems to have decided this is its permanent home. Well, at the very least, I assume I'm supposed to pick my torch back up. How have you been, Yisha? Have you had a good day? Where was I going? I was going this way, wasn't I? That doesn't appear to have done anything. I was hoping that that was a receiver, and that once the torch was in, something would happen. Day has been alright, thanks. How about yours? How are you doing? I'm doing quite well, thank you. Has that done anything? No. How curious. Let's try it through the telescope. Where is it? Where is it? Oops. Maybe I can't see it from that angle. Or maybe I'm just being blind. Let's have a look. Oh, I wasn't far off. I was very close, actually. Ah, the tree gets in the way. No doubt that's deliberate. Yes. Interesting. Not quite sure what to make of that. Perhaps I need a more powerful torch. I suppose I should have a very quick look around again. Something over there, isn't there? That's being cut off from view by that wooden pillar. Maybe I should look at the text for this item. A installable panel with 6 buttons. There are paint splatters on it. Are there now? So presumably I could read those paint splatters if I had it in the right position. Does it go here by any chance? Probably not, because there doesn't seem to be a way to interact. I wonder if I'm supposed to be able to know how to get through this yet, with the information that was revealed on the wall. Probably not. The order is completely different, so it's not like it's a spot the difference. And the torch isn't sufficient to do whatever it's supposed to do here, presumably. Of course, I don't know what it's supposed to do. I mean, you can hear it's doing something. Maybe I'm being just a little too impatient, expecting something to immediately be obvious. Perhaps if I were to re-examine places I've been before, they may have changed now. Nothing's changed here, at least. Still no way over there yet. Still not much of a clue what this is about. Maybe I should copy that symbol down. In case it turns out to be useful. Probably just find out it's the local pictograph for lock or something like that. And these, I suppose. Right. I could have just taken a sketch, couldn't I? Well, I wonder, what areas do I know of still that I don't yet have access to? Over here. I don't suppose this is where this goes. It is! Ahaha! Okay, we have some other type of combination lock. Okay. That's, I mean, that's technically progress, but that doesn't get me anywhere yet. Ah, is that one of those crystals that wants a light source brought to it? One of the blue ones that reveals the invisible ink. Perhaps that's what I was doing wrong before. Perhaps I was supposed to... Where did I put the torch? Here. Perhaps I was supposed to raise the torch up to it. Where am I going? Up here. Nope. Probably nothing I can do with this so far. Right, I've been all over here, haven't I? But I've not been on that side. Let's look at the map again. South Passage. Interesting. So where am I now? I'm here. I don't have a way through there. What does that look like? That's not where I meant to go. I suppose... There it is. So if I've been both these ways, yes. That's where there's no entry due to the bridge collapse. Right, so this also makes... This is more evidence that this is actually an entrance to somewhere. Given that it's drawn on the map as though it's a path that then just suddenly abruptly stops. Keep going AFK. How goes it? Reasonably well. I'm not sure what you last saw up to, but I managed to complete the puzzle involving these, and that caused a similar mechanism like this to raise over by the tower, and I managed to pick up a some sort of movable lock mechanism, which I placed over there. I also figured out that I needed to direct the beam over here to look at some an invisible diagram on the wall, which would then be rendered visible. That's about as far as I've got. So I'm just thinking about what areas I currently have access to but can't traverse. I suppose the other side of the hanging platform, there's what looks to be a doorway over here that I don't have access to. There's a similar area from the main square, isn't there? I'm trying to think where that is. Here. There's a piece of stone wall over here. A stone, well, looks like a stone entryway which is closed. That looks very similar to the one over here. I mean, logically speaking, this seems like the most obvious next direction to try to travel in, except I've no idea what the combination is. I don't suppose that's included in one of the letters, is it? Don't think so. Doesn't look like it. I take it it's not... Oops. I take it it's not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, is it? Nah. That would have been a bit of luck. Very good. For the pillar buttons, did you solve by trial and error, or did you find the solution key? I did not find the solution key. I didn't know for certain that there was one. The thing is, with the... Given that the combination lock, as it were, would reset itself every time you got one wrong, it was very easy to crack. I mean, that meant there was only... You could solve it within... How many guesses would it be? Worst case, 3 wrong guesses on the first one, 2 wrong guesses on the second digit, as it were, and then 1 wrong guess on the third one. And then the fourth one is whichever one remains. So worst case, you could get it wrong 6 times. So it wasn't really much of a lock. Interesting to know that there was a solution key lying about though. I did it by trial and error too, yes. Very reasonable to assume it's a logic puzzle. There's nothing back here I need to see, is there? No. I might set up the telescope again so I can have... I mean, I know I've got a sketch of the diagram and I've got a my own copy in my own physical notebook. But nothing quite like seeing the actual diagram in-game. I feel like it's probably a massive clue of some sort. It's interesting, all the little spots on the ceiling, isn't it? They didn't get there by accident. Unless that's just some substance which naturally occurs in the rock, which also happens to glow. One has to assume that people went up there and painted that deliberately. Looks almost like a starry sky. Actually, I just had a thought. How did they do this? Look at the size of the... what I assumed were stone slabs. Like, nobody could move that. Either they carved this structure out, or it's not actually rock. I mean, I suppose it could be a concrete-like substance that sets. But yeah, these aren't bricks. This looks to be solid. I suppose there's a chance it's actually more of a plaster. There could be, say, a wooden structure underneath that they plastered over. You can see the wooden beams, so they must be offering supports. You wouldn't do that if you were... well, I assume you wouldn't normally do that if you were carving it out of stone directly. I imagine you would just carve the stone in such a way that it stays stable. I reckon it's probably some sort of cement. Right. Hang on. I just had a thought. This, what I assume is a combination lock, expected, I think, 5 input values. Yes, 5. And this is 5 by 5. That doesn't seem like a coincidence. And remember that these symbols each had a tally value associated with them as well. It was over here. I wonder if I have 5 different combinations for this now, which will each do different things. If I do, then how am I to read it? Because there's several ways it may work. For example, I may be expected to read columns, I may be expected to read rows. I mentioned before that this seemed like it was probably an ordering, because the values don't repeat. It's not like you have 2 of these symbols which are worth 3, for example, so they're probably not variables in magnitudes or something like that. The mum says, looks like the symbols on the left of the wall are row numbers. Yes, indeed, but I don't know whether I'm supposed to read by rows or columns. I'm thinking maybe whichever row corresponds to that symbol is the first row I'm supposed to input in order. And I'm assuming that because I didn't check who the developers were, but I assume this game was, I mean, everything's been in English up till now, hasn't it? So I assume that the developers, their first language would be read left to right, top to bottom. So that's my guess. Perhaps I am actually supposed to enter all 5 sequences of 5 then. Hello Pengy, it's lovely to see you. How are you today? The bumps, and you punch in the symbols for each row using the order on the piece of paper. That's what I was suspecting. So we start with that one. Then that one. Then that one. Then that one. Is that right? Yes. Then that one. So that's the first set. The second set is this one, followed by this one, followed by this one, followed by this one, followed by this one. Then we have, what's the third one? This one, followed by this one, followed by, where is it? This one, followed by this one, followed by this one. So that's the third row entered. Then we have this one, followed by hold on, what one's that? I think my oh, that is what it looks like. I thought my drawing may be off. That one, followed by that one, yes, followed by this one, followed by this one, and then the final set is Oh, where's that one? Is it that one? I want to make sure. I don't want to make a mistake. That looks different. Has that got... That's got a little dot or line at the top, doesn't it? So it's not that one. That one, I think. Even though I don't see the little dot at the top, I think that's the closest. It certainly isn't supposed to have anything in the middle, so it can't be that one. So this one, followed by... where is it? Sorry, this is taking me a while. Is that it? Yes, this one. Followed by... this one. Just double checking there's none that are so similar I might have confused it. Followed by... that one. Yep. Followed by... that one. And nothing. That's a shame. Around says I usually shouldn't chat much being at work, but I'm on my break now. Sometimes I chat too much anyway. Well, as long as you don't get into trouble, we're all happy for you to chat away. So why didn't that work? I wonder. Another problem I have with this being the solution is you'd have thought it would in some way confirm that you're along the right lines every 5th character. Ah, I'll tell you what it might be. Maybe it isn't a 25 character lock. Maybe what it means is match 1 to 1, 2 to 2, 3 to 3, and so on. So, for example, this is the first one, so the first character will be that. And then this is the second row, so perhaps the second character is that, and so on. Then I would only end up with 5. Which would match the behaviour I'm seeing from this lock. No? Oh. I thought it was on to something again then. I will confirm for El Magnifico. You'll know when you get it correct. That's normal for games, but it's good to know. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much. Is it possible I just made a mistake? See, the beauty of it being matching column to row, where this gives me the row numbers, is that it also doesn't require there to be a specific it doesn't require me to decide whether I'm reading columns first or rows first. Whereas my theory about the whole 25 character lock would have required that I make a decision there. There would have been two possible ways to read it. So I think it's more likely that I had the right idea, but I made a mistake. So perhaps if I try that again, but this time I'm even more careful to make sure I'm getting this right. So what I'm doing is I'm copying out what I think the combination should be into my physical notes, one at a time. And I'm not using the notes that I copied out just in case. Just in case I made a mistake somewhere. Trouble is, this does look an awful lot like what I tried just a moment ago. So that would be the final one. Okay, so let's try that again. I love that you have physical notes, by the way. Wow. I've been somewhat trained into doing it with the puzzle games I've been doing up till now. I did the entire Myst series not that long ago. And let me tell you, I had a lot of notes for that. The one thing I regret is that I don't currently have an easy way to share them with you. I think it would be better for the stream if I could show you what I was writing and drawing. I can imagine. I've only ever played through Myst 1. Well, if you're looking for a good game to play, I would thoroughly recommend Myst 2 Riven. That's probably one of my favourite puzzle games I've ever played. It was really good. It felt like Myst 1 was a proof of concept, and then with Myst 2 Riven they delivered on the vision they originally had. The games that came after it, I mean, they're not bad, but they're of a bit of a mixed quality, I find, and none of them were quite as good as the second game, in my opinion. I mean, I've done this twice now, once from my own physical notes and once sticking as carefully as I can to exactly what I see on in the game. And on neither occasion did it work. Pangy says, yeah, agree. Felt like they learned a lot from Myst to Riven, even though for the time I would argue Myst was groundbreaking. It was indeed, at least as far as I'm aware. I must say, this does feel very Myst-like so far. In a lot of ways, it's not just the way the puzzles work, but I also think the world, they took a lot of inspiration from the Myst series. You know, in terms of the sort of technology they have and how it functions, that sort of thing. Cyan has announced they are working on a full rebuild of Riven, just as the recent Myst. I'd heard about that. I was looking forward to potentially playing through that, assuming it comes out, you know, several months to at least several months, if not a year or so in the future, when hopefully I've forgotten most of the puzzles. So what am I doing wrong here? I mean, it could be descending, not ascending, so from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I know that's possible, I just think it's really unlikely. Could the order that they're listed on this sheet be a clue? Oh, I get it. They mean pick this row, then pick that character. Okay, so they mean this, take the fourth one. Ah, okay. Which I think means I would have had all the correct characters, just in the wrong order. I don't know why that took me so long. So, wait, which one was that? That one. Second one. Right, so the T-shaped glyph, fifth one. So the little snake-like symbol. And then third one from there. So this actually means that the fact that the column number is different in every case is purely coincidental. They could have had duplicates here if they'd wanted. And yeah, I love Myst, but do feel that the puzzles are very basic compared to modern puzzles, but it was totally groundbreaking. Yeah, question is how long until they release it though? Looking forward to Firmament release for May the 18th though. Firmament, I've definitely heard of that. Is that another Cyan game? Was that the next Cyan? Was that the next new IP by Cyan since Abduction? Where's that snake-like symbol? There it is. Hiding under the cursor. Ahaha! I hope this is good. I can't move. I'm paralysed. There we go. Firmament is their latest game they have been working on for a while. Kickstarter campaign a couple of years ago. Yes, exactly. I started playing Abduction in VR when it was new, but never got back to it after I somehow glitched through a wall and Sequence breakdown. Oh dear. I managed to get right near to the very end, and then I set a bomb off. And because I don't like to save scum, that was the end of the playthrough for me. Ooh, a different type of torch. That's very interesting. And a goldfish bowl. Wonderful. Is this a shortcut? If it is, I can't use it yet. Doesn't... Actually, to be fair, I can't tell. I can see that there's a wall on the other side, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't curve round and there's an exit over there, for example. Ooh, think it is intended to reload the save there. Oh, Abduction is probably one of my favourite silent games after, like, Riven. I like that they moved away from the Mist Worlds, since that story has played out. Indeed. I know it's just, you know, my opinion, but I've often said that I wish the default situation when it comes to games and films was that you don't create a sequel and then you have to be able to justify the worth of having a sequel to a game or film, as opposed to the current situation where if it's successful it's just assumed that you're going to make another. Because so many series have been just ruined by the fact that they keep on going when they don't really have any more stories to tell. But as I say, just my opinion. Totally recommend retrying it. I tried it in VR afterwards. It was fun to look into the world, but I felt it looked better on screen over time. Yeah, I felt the same. Still pretty cool though. Yeah, but also I don't mind a good sequel when they still have story left. Well, that's the point. I feel like if they want to make a story, if they want to make a sequel, they should be able to justify it story-wise. They should be, or assuming it's a story-based game, they should be able to say, you know, there's still these things unanswered, or we could take the series off in this direction, and this leads to lots of interesting possibilities. But it should be something that would have to be justified, as opposed to something which is assumed. Right, so is the idea that No. Perhaps I just bring the torch up to it? Nope. Other way round? Nope. I'm guessing there's a different way of getting through there then. Let me go back down to the area I just opened up again and make sure that there wasn't, for example, any combinations scrawled onto the wall or anything like that. In fact, is there somewhere where this torch can usefully be placed? Don't think so. Let's have a quick look, shall we? What information do we have for these? A torch with an unpowered blue crystal and a tank of some sort. It surely can be hung somewhere. Very informative. I take it we don't hang it over here, do we? No, that doesn't make sense. funny, all the items that I've just gained access to that I didn't have before, presumably they're there to help me get to the next area, but I simply have no idea where that is. Oh, I just had a funny old idea. In fact, I've just had two funny old ideas. First one is, it said unpowered. How about we power it? Okay, it won't hold charge, but that establishes the principle. I'm wondering if we hang the bowl from the winch, put a pine cone in the bowl, lower it, raise it, get an electric eel, then we can power the blue crystal with the electric eel, and hopefully then perhaps we put the powered blue torch up against that receiver that doesn't seem to be interested in the orange torch. So far, so good. This is looking very likely. Now wait a moment for some bites. I don't know how long I've got to wait exactly. That was fast. Well, that's progress anyway. Why am I stuck? That was strange. Yeah, I still have no idea how to get through there, do I? So I wonder mechanically how this works. Do I put the torch in place and then just hold the bowl up to it? No. This probably isn't going to work then. Not the way I'd like it to. I do have an electric eel bowl though. That doesn't go here by any chance, does it? It does. Ooh, that charged it. Perfectly normal things to carry around indeed. Does this not work? Oh. I don't know how long this charge is going to last, but presumably it'll let me see invisible ink. So what happens if I walk right up to this wall? Yes. Right. So I guess we're going to be scouring the level for invisible ink. And by level, I mean the accessible areas. Do we have any inkling where we might be able to find some invisible ink though? What about over here? Ah, that's convenient. No? No? Huh. I'm surprised. Realised it was a while since I played. I remember many puzzles, but not all apparently. That's alright. Perhaps you can help me puzzle this one out then. I mean, with the invisible ink displayed, it's quite clear this is supposed to be the solution. I mean, I can only imagine as such. So I wonder why it isn't accepting either of the two most obvious interpretations. I mean, the arrowhead makes it quite clear that we're supposed to read it this way round, doesn't it? It would be strange if we were supposed to read it the other way. Am I missing a component? Is there supposed to be something in there before I can even get to this point? I wonder. Perhaps I should have a bit of an explore of other obvious spots. Like here. To be honest, don't remember, so not spoiling. But it would be cyan. It might have been correct, but something else can be missing. I see. I don't suppose I can supercharge the other torch, can I, to give it some sort of special powers? It doesn't seem to want to accept it. So I assume the answer is no. That's a shame. Nothing here, is there? Good thing I can't fall in there. Yeah, I'm guessing something else is missing. As you say. Where's the starting area? We could always go back there, see if there's anything hidden. Doesn't look like it. What about over here? Nope. I mean, I haven't gained access to anything else, have I? This charged blue torch seems like the culmination of everything I've done up till now. I don't think I have access to anything else special that would open up new places to go. I'm pretty sure I remember the next step, but it's boring if I tell you where to go all the time too. That's fair enough. Since I brought it up earlier, lunch break is well over, so I'll probably be in chat less, still around more than not if you do choose to ask anything, but as always, no pressure. You're doing well yourself. Oh, thank you very much. And very good of you to spend your lunch break with us. Can I put this torch in here? I can. So in theory, it could reveal hidden things. That's interesting. green crystal up there. I don't know what I should be looking towards, but I imagine the game developers wouldn't have let me put the... Hello. I was just about to say, I imagine the game developers wouldn't have let me put the blue torch in there if it wasn't useful. I have no idea what that's telling me, but let's make a copy of it. In fact, let's make a sketch of it as well while we're at it. Right, I have a copy of that and a sketch of that. Yay, symbols are usually progress. I think the top image represents an aircraft propeller entering. It does look like it, doesn't it? But I don't think I've encountered one yet. By the way, as another technical hint, if you have not discovered yet, the in-game zoom and in-game sketch do work well together. They do indeed. I assume that's all I was meant to discover. But we may as well be thorough. Wouldn't want to miss anything that's not obvious. I do like the way that they've used this telescope in the game though. That it's used in two similar but distinct ways to solve different puzzles. By the way, can you show the map? Of course. So, I started in the gateway, came out into the main square. We've been over to the hanging platforms a few times. Crystal Lab is obviously where we were recently when we opened up the stairs down. And the watchtower is where we are right now. We've been to the South Passage several times, but I don't think there's anything there that we're currently able to benefit from. So my main thoughts with that progress just then is that I feel like that's going to be very useful for solving a future puzzle and not the puzzle we were just looking at, because I don't see how it's relevant. Unless I'm missing something obvious. Yes, I think this is notionally the South Passage area. Indeed. Have I checked over here? Well, if I hadn't, I have now. What about up here? Nope. Nothing. Right, well, I think we've done a fairly thorough search, haven't we? So I probably have all the information I'm going to be getting for now. And yet I still don't know how to get through this. I wonder, do I need another component? Probably. Was there anything up here that I saw earlier but didn't use? Don't think so. Hum indeed. And I only have the 2 torches at present. I wonder if the scattering of blue crystals here is supposed to be a clue that I use the blue torch here. Because I have seen other areas in the game where they have scatterings of various crystals. Then again, that's mostly in the crystal lab up here where, well, it's kind of obvious why they would have crystals scattered about here. By the way, don't listen to me regarding the aircraft engine. Yeah, I am bearing in mind the possibility that it might not actually be an aircraft engine, but it might be. But I certainly think it probably relates to a puzzle that I haven't gained access to yet. Because I just don't see how it relates to this. Where is it? They're just not the same. Even if they were, I wouldn't know how to interpret those. Those aren't the same symbols we encountered before in the crystal lab. I might do another very quick circuit of the map though, looking for crystals that are that have been unexpectedly left on the ground, because that may be a clue as to where I'm supposed to use one or the other torch. Hello. I remember encountering this before, and I still don't know what it means. Just have to try and keep that one in the back of my head. Ah, yeah, so there's both types of crystal here, because the devs are trying to give me a hint that both torches may be useful. I think I checked in here, didn't I? Wait, wasn't there some equipment over here that I never quite deduced the function of? I mean, I kind of get it. This is clearly some sort of scales, but I don't know why I would want scales. No, not turning up much, am I? I've been in there. Still not made my way into here, have I? Strangely. Is that a clue that I want to use a blue crystal here? Don't think so. Nope. Not much about here either. Oh, is that ground crystal? That's interesting. What happens if I... Oh, am I not allowed? I'm not allowed to pull that the other way. What was that? Oh, it was the top of a tree that I was seeing over the wood. I think I saw that and I was like, what's that? How do I get in there, actually? I don't think I ever found a way in. Parkour, indeed. Oh, that's a door. I didn't realise that. I've been looking at that suspicious looking artefact on the wall for a while now, but it never twigged that that's a door. Still no clue about that. If I'm even supposed to do anything with this, I assume I am at some point. No, it really feels like I'm supposed to just solve this now. That's what everything seems to be pointing towards. Maybe... No, it can't be that I'm not supposed to do the first one here. I'm only supposed to do these because this lock here doesn't reset itself. It's not like the other combination locks where after a certain number of digits have been entered, it clearly fails and then goes back to the beginning. This is clearly some sort of lock that will... It's expecting the right sequence of button presses, but it's not going to care when that sequence occurs. So for example, if the correct combination was 4 and then 5, it wouldn't matter if I did 3, 4, 5 or 4, 5, 6 or what have you. It would detect the 4, 5 in the middle and it would trigger. Which is interesting. That means that I haven't at any point entered the correct sequence as a subset of my entry. Without completing any specific thing, I will say that the game is not short. Some things you may be aware of may not come into play for quite some time. Okay, that's fair enough. That's very good to know as well. Yeah, and one issue I had was that I took a break when I played through it, which meant I forgot a lot of earlier places when progressed. Oh dear. That does sound frustrating. Why would the game have given me the blue torch now, though? It would be... I fully accept the point that there are going to be areas that I'll be aware of early, but I won't be able to access yet. But I also think it's unlikely they would just give me an item which I'm not expected to use for a very long time. Presumably then, the progress I made with the telescope is the actual way forwards. Let's have a look at that again. Oh, without commenting. I see. You're plagued by autocorrect. Small nudges available, no pressure, just saying. I may take that in a moment. Are any of those symbols I've encountered before? That's me speaking rhetorically, incidentally. No, I don't think I've encountered a single one of those characters before. Which is interesting. Oh dear. There's also this. This could also be a clue to something important, if only I knew what it meant. Did I try using the blue torch on the reflector? I think I did. It's not a reflector, is it? It's a receiver. Yes, I did try that before and it just doesn't work. Which is fair enough. Problem is, if that is supposed to be progress, I neither know what it refers to, nor do I know how to decode it. Even when all questions are understood to be rhetorical unless very clearly stated otherwise, even then I will usually doubt check. I really do appreciate that. You really do offer the most ideal form of help. What about over here? Do I have a way over here? I think the answer to that is no, not presently. As I said earlier, I probably need to get round the other side some other way, like possibly through there. And then I can bring this bridge down as a shortcut. That would be my guess. There is quite a lot over there though. Oh, you're very welcome. I must be missing something obvious at this point. How does it look like I get over there? That looks like I would have to go over that bridge. I don't see a way through here. Not a very convincing way anyway, not without a boat. So if there were another way over there, it'd have to be on the other side of that. So through here, presumably. Problem is, this sort of comes under the same category, doesn't it? It doesn't look like this door opens from this side. Not unless there's a switch or lever. This is a funny old thing, isn't it? I never did find out what that was for, did I? It does look a bit like a receiver. I'm not sure it is, though. Could be a... oh, what's the word? Periscope. Could be for someone down below to look. Look up here. Where does that actually correspond to, though? If I was down here, could I see the other half of it? Ah, it goes in there. So it's probably accessible from in here. Not that I yet have access to here. That I know of. Okay, I think I will take that nudge then, Orion. Interesting that I can put either torch in here. Makes me wonder if I get other torches later in the game. Now let's everyone type a hint at once so you get 12 different ones at the same time. Do you have a specific yes/no question you'd maybe like to ask? Well, to be honest, I didn't have one to mind. I could probably come up with one, but I was hoping for something that would just give me a rough direction, something to reduce the possibility space so I know. I can focus my attention where it's most needed. Hello, Kalarish. Oh dear. Kalarish Chatal. It's lovely to meet you. I hope I didn't. Is that Kael? I hope I haven't butchered your name too much. But it is lovely to meet you, and the Quern's going reasonably well. My most recent achievement is acquiring this charged blue torch. And I am aware of wherever it is. Nope, must be round here. I'm aware of the drawing on here, but I don't know how to utilise it yet. Okay, the nudge then. You should be walking around with the blue crystal. Okay, thank you. That is very helpful. Slightly surprising, because I've done a fair amount of that already. But fair enough. I probably have just missed something. I said at the beginning of the stream how weird this is. Because when you look at it, that's clearly not something like lichen growing on it, because if it were, then it would be growing all over it. It looks almost like it's soot or something, which, I mean, it's directional, isn't it? It's pointing roughly downwards. It's very peculiar. Anyway. Level 2 nudge is also available at your additional request. Yeah, but pouring from the hole like that. Yes, that's a very good way of putting it, isn't it? It is like it's pouring out. And it is on both sides. Very strange. I mean, if it was fire related, you'd think it would be the other way round, that it would be above it. Like you say, as if something had repeatedly poured out of that hole at the top. Ooh, there's stuff down there. I don't think I've been down there, have I? Where's my map? No, I don't have access to that yet, I don't think. I think that's what would be through there. Trying to think, is there anywhere that I have access to that I just, for whatever reason, haven't thought to double check? It's an open notch in a rock, even if fairly flat, that would collect water and dirt and leak out over time, discoloration downwards. I see what you're saying. Personally, I'm not 100% convinced. If that were the case, I don't know why you wouldn't see similar striations from the top. Because as you say, water would collect there. Admittedly, there is a bit of discoloration from the bottom. Let's have a quick look at that map again. So there's this area off from the hanging platform. That it would be nice to get to. Where am I now? I'm over here. And then there's the passageway through this structure that would also lead me to the same place in theory. Looks like they're converging there. What's that emerging from the crystal lab? That's not where I want to be. That's the crystal lab, isn't it? Yes, there's an area down here. That's curious. Corresponds to over here. Perhaps that's what I need to get through this doorway to access. There's a blue crystal here. I take it nothing's revealed if I stand on this spot. No. Although I may have got myself stuck. There are these strange hooks. The only real thing that's strange about the hooks is the fact that they're just attached to the beams on the ceiling. So they clearly aren't for lifting anything. I suppose they're just for hanging something up, but I wonder what. I mean, there's no evidence of butchery having taken place here. Strange. So there's actually quite a few areas we're aware of but don't currently have access to. Obviously there's the place over here. There's the place over here. There is the place down here. There's the place over here. There's the place over here. There's the place over here. What are all these ropes doing about here? What's their function? Bit odd. There's up here. There's the place over here. I think that's all of them, but like I say, that's quite a lot. The fish bowl is below those hooks. Maybe a clue for what you already did with the bowl. That's true. I was thinking more in terms of its in-world function. But yes, you're not wrong. Goodness me. I feel like I've checked every corner of this of the accessible areas twice, but clearly I haven't. When I completed this, what path did I take? I started in the gateway area, I came out. Initially I was stuck in this area, then I got access to this building. That got me access to the crystal lab. Once I had access to the crystal lab, I gained access to the pathway that goes out here. I had access to the hanging platform from the beginning. The telescope then got me access to more areas within the crystal lab. Just trying to think, is there anywhere I've been that I've just completely forgotten that I've been? let's check the building next to the watchtower again. Pretty sure I've been in there a few times, but it does have this odd equipment. Ah, that creates a small opening, I see. That wasn't very productive. What about the crystal lab? Is there any part of it that that I've overlooked up till now? That looks propeller-ish, doesn't it? Although I don't think it is helpful. Likely just a hint that the blue crystal could be charged up. Oh, that, yes. Good point. I'm being stubborn and trying to resist that level 2 hint as much as possible. But, I may have to resort to it shortly. Oh, I didn't know I could get over here. I don't think it's done me any good. But, I didn't know I could travel over here. No hidden messages? No. That's a pity. There are a lot of things around that demonstrate things that are not always obvious until after the fact. There are a lot of things around that demonstrate things that are not always obvious until after the fact. Interesting. Was that the level 2 hint? Guess that's a reference to the blue crystal on the table. Oh, of course. That makes sense. That's a funny old thing, isn't it? I don't know why it doesn't want to stay zoomed in. Oh, of course, because it's... I'm not supposed to hold it. I had to confirm that was not the hint. Maybe I need a big old mallet for getting through that. I've no idea how hard these crystals are supposed to be. Or how strong. Whoa. Oh, I didn't know I could get down that way. Oh, this is a bit more of a hint than I thought. It's not just that they've got some orange and blue crystals about. It's actually telling me the angles at which I need to move it. But there's another blue crystal here. Does that mean that there's actually another... something else hidden that I missed? Over this way, perhaps. Does this tree need chopping down? I don't think I can do that. Where is that tree? Out of my reach, it would seem. Yes, I think I will need that level 2 nudge. Sadly. Just to be very clear, you do want another clue. Yes, indeed. Oh, there's in here as well that we haven't visited. I've forgotten if I mentioned that when I was listing all the places we haven't been. The airplane engine is something you have interacted with before and should again now that you have new tools. Ooh! Let's take a look at that again. Trying to figure out if that's the same thing. I don't think it is. Hold on. When I did the block puzzle, didn't that have a handle with two what would you call them, spokes? Oh, how am I so blind? Okay. I've been humming when I saw it on screen and you ran away. Oh no. Oh goodness. And now I have a key. That's very nice. Thank you for the help, Orion. Yep, I solved it eventually. Apparently I wasn't observant enough.
It's time you learn the truth about this island. As you probably noticed by now, this world has no day-night cycle, nor weather changes at all. In fact, the whole concept of time has a different meaning in this place. For one who stays in this world, the relative time in other worlds appears static or fixed. This incredibly powerful phenomenon also prevents the aging of living tissue. When I realized this, I was eager to find out what kind of eternal source gives Quern this extraordinary power. It made me forget the task I originally came here for. The archaeological exploration of the Dulmerian city has become irrelevant.
Oh, it even gives you a translation. I was going to say tempus is obviously time. Imperator sounds like it means something like is the most important or something like that. But it gives me the translation. Time, commander of all things. I didn't even tell you where to find the engine, just that you had interacted with it. Just that you'd interacted with it. Indeed. I don't know, I somehow convinced myself that I'd never seen that thing before in my life, and that got me rather stuck. The keys to success. Indeed. I think that's everything. Looks to be. I want that key then. Indeed, I think we all do. That's also interesting regarding the markings below the hull. How can that appear there without time and without weather? Very, very good point. Although I would observe that we've had no difficulty moving through this world or manipulating things within it. So clearly the idea that there is no time is, well, if there's truth to it, then it's they don't mean it in the everyday sense. I mean, you can see the movement of the water here. Clearly there is cause and effect. I'd suggest that it probably means that well, as they pointed out, that for some reason the aging process is paused whilst here, which is strange. And as they said, that time doesn't seem to move relative to other worlds. Wonderful. Ahahaha! The time thing is inconsistent at best. As you know, you're not frozen at the portal. Very well put. Ooh, the North Shore. I am going to go back there very shortly, but I also want to know what this is for. I feel like I've seen that type of something like that before. Nah, we'll just carry on exploring over here, since I don't know that this isn't used over here. Oh. Well, now that's interesting, isn't it? A special key with 3 teeth. They can be rearranged to fit a certain lock. I'm sure we've seen other locks already. Things apparently grow here. Ooh. It was the right solution, just not the right time. Indeed. I think Pengy's referring to the combination here before I'd put the key in. And there's another one of those gear symbols. There's another one of those doors around here somewhere. Is that it? No. But there is one. Can I cross this safely? Oh my goodness, is that a skull? I think it may just be crystal that's been shaped to look like a skull. Ah! A boat. Something I speculated earlier might be useful. Another key. You don't mind it? Wait, how are these moving independently? I don't quite know. It's probably safe, but let's test it. Okay, yes, I can just walk through here. That's good to know. And the beams apparently have no trouble passing through my body. Assuming I have a body. I assume I do. Come to think of it, have I actually seen my body at any point since I've been here? I'm not sure I have.
This shore is special to me. The physical work I used to do here helped me calm my restless mind. Besides preventing the natural decline of organisms, the phenomenon also eliminates any need of nutrition.
That's handy.
This means that despite the dry weather, the trees and bushes around here could easily be millions of years old. As I realized that time is no longer an obstacle, I had the opportunity to learn and perfect all of my artisan skills. This is the very place where I became a craftsman. After mastering blacksmithing and carpentry, I started to practice more advanced mechanical engineering.
I'm not sure if I mentioned, but yes, when he mentioned about not aging, that's when it made sense. What he was saying earlier about having spent decades preparing for my arrival. Artisan of my fate, and several others. Interesting. Do I have a shadow? That's a very good question. No. No, I do not, sir. Which is a little concerning, to be honest. So it's out, in, out, in, out, in. So what was that? Out, in, out, in, I think. Out, in, out, in, out. So no, that was slightly wrong. It's out, in, out, in, out. Hello? Oh, presumably I have to repair this somehow. Right, I've been round here already. I haven't been down here yet. Ah. I assume this is a furnace? By the looks of things. What do we have over here? Well, that's what the two keys were for. Wonderful. I have another lever. And another code of some sort. I assume that's what this is. Hello. You say I can interact with... What was that? I can interact with a piece of stone there. Well, that's unexpected. I wonder if I should have the blue torch out. You know, for a world without time, that blue torch sure charged really well, didn't it? I don't suppose this is where I'll use the lever, is it? No. Doesn't look like it. Oh, that's what I do. I noticed there's 4 lights here, and there were 4 rows of symbols on the bottom of the chest's top. But there's also nothing to help me identify what symbol, if any, each of these mean. Oh, there is, because... where was it? Somewhere about here. I probably took a snapshot of it, actually. There was this. This is delayed since I had to step away, but credit to the professor. Learning craftsman skills is not something a lot of people think of when they can live forever. Sort of thing I'd think of. But also, when you have all the time, you don't need to learn it quickly to be finished eventually. This is true. But what you can do is make a lot of puzzle in case of someone coming here. Indeed. So I think I probably have to enter the combination one character at a time, and I say that because some of the characters on the chest have more than one line on them. Although one problem with that is that how do I enter the ones with no lines? In fact, it's only looking for 4. I can't move this to the side, can I? Am I missing something? Do I get in the way of it? No. I wonder if this is trying to tell me anything else. Probably. Let's have a snapshot of that, shall we? A sketch, I should say. This is peculiar. Without the way, some means to either double up the number of beams coming out of one eye or blocking one off. I'm not sure how I can do this. It's always interesting to see that different people have so varied times to figure out the same puzzles. Some pretty much get it instantly, while others get completely stuck. Oh no, I'm the completely stuck type, aren't I? Overall, I mean, not any specific puzzle. I say that a lot. Part of why I enjoy watching puzzle games in general. Every play is different. Even when the puzzles themselves are identical. I do feel like I'm missing something here. Not necessarily in terms of the puzzle itself having an extra component or an extra bit of information, just in terms of my not seeing something that's right in front of me. You know, like glowing writing on stone blocks, that sort of thing. Don't worry, El Magnifico, you have breezed through some and got stuck in others. Yeah, I agree, there are always new points of views and things that are noticed, but unfortunately many of the things that may be noticed during the playthrough might be spoilers for later, so I can't mention it. Okay, what do I know? I know that over here I have what looks like a combination in pairs of symbols which are based around circles. I've forgotten, did I make a sketch of this? Not sure I did. No. So let's make a sketch now. Over here I have pairs of circles. I also have 4 lights up here, as if it's expecting me to complete it in 4 stages. I suppose it's possible that the game wants me to do it the other way round to how I thought. I was thinking in terms of each of these represents the 4 circles in a column, and that using them I was supposed to construct this. But I suppose it's possible that actually I'm supposed to in some way construct that out of this, because there are 4 symbols here. How would I go about that? The trouble is, I'd have to be able to effectively subtract lines for that to work. So take the first one, for example, from a diagonal line from right to left, going down. That's present in this symbol and this symbol, but never on its own. So that would only make sense if selecting a vertical line here would cancel out or subtract that vertical line. Wrong way. Nope. It is strange how those symbols are simpler than these. I don't suppose there's any possibility I'm supposed to do the inverses there. So I'd want every line selected other than that diagonal, from right to left going downwards. How would I do that? I suppose it'd be that one and that one? Which happens to be the 2 top ones, which is something that people are likely to guess anyway. Nope. I didn't make a mistake there, did I? No. It feels like, because the shape of it is the same, it's 2x4, it feels like that should be a decoder for this. But then how do I get to that sequence? And it's odd that I select 2 at a time. Orion, another puzzle that I don't remember how to solve. I've not replayed this, but they would be the replayability. I remember a lot of get key X and use it Y, but a lot less of this type of thing. I see. It is interesting that in this sequence that we've been given, there's only ever one line present, and it's exactly one line. There aren't any that are just circles, for example. Oh, I think I remember this one. This might seem a bit cheap, but I'll tell you what, this is probably what I would do if this were real. I'll just, because there's only 16 combinations, I'll try every combination until I get the first one, and then that will give me some more information to try and figure out the rest. Since there doesn't seem to be any penalty to making attempts. And of course, if none of them work, then that gives me useful information that there's something else required that I don't currently have. Hello, we've got our first one, so it's those two. So why is that the solution? Because it's got that symbol twice. It's got the diagonal twice. So I need to get the vertical line twice. So those two. Wrong way. Alright, before I do this, double check. Yep, that looks right. Ha ha ha, we're getting somewhere. What do I need now? I need the horizontal line twice, so that's the top one here and the bottom one there. Top one on the left, bottom one on the right. And again, the inversion of the direction tricks me again. I'm not sure why, because that's almost logical. You'd think if I pull up on this side, then something on the other side would go down. And then we have... what do I want now? I want the diagonal from left to right going down. So that's the top one and the top one on the left and the second to top one on the right. Huzzah! Oh, wonderful, I have another key. This almost looks like a clock key. I actually thought it was something different, but same concept. Thank you, everyone. To be honest, I wouldn't have guessed that. I did need to determine the first one to figure out what was going on. Right, what do I do with this massive key? Yeah, it looks like it's to wind a clock, honestly. A large wind-up key, probably to power up a specific mechanism nearby. Oh, that'll be for the boat, won't it? Wonderful, I have a clockwork boat. I don't appear to be in control here. I mean, I suppose if they're really, really confident about the forces the waters are going to exert on the boat, you know, if it's following a very, very regular pattern, I suppose you could pre-key an exact path and always follow it. That's quite a lot of assumptions, though. Shipwrecked? Oh no! I was thinking it was the XOR between left and right instead of the common line. Or just a hidden cable that is pulled. Crossing island. Ooh. But yes, I must admit I was also overcomplicating it a bit in my head. Is it me, or does everything look less saturated all of a sudden? Oh, that must be because that's just the blue light, isn't it? That's because when I used the wind-up key over there, it was no longer in my inventory, and then it selected the next item, which was the blue torch. Oh, this must be the area which then connects up over here. This is what the bridge over there is for. It's to connect all this up. Just sit right back and you'll hear a tale of a fearful trip. It started from the tropic port aboard this tiny ship. I don't think I've heard that before. Alchemy lab? Interesting. I think that's the Roman alphabet, but it's certainly not English. That looks like Teru, Jahes, Tax, Yen. I'm not sure if I should have done that. Well, what's done is done. No point having regrets now. Wow, I'm not that old, but that's a pop culture thing from a bit before my time. Interesting. I must admit, I'm not the most avid follower of pop culture, so it's possible that it's something I just missed. Gilligan's Island, sitcom about a few people shipwrecked. Oh! I have heard of that. I've never seen it. I have heard of that. I played a game called Eric the Unready. It was a text adventure, but it had graphics. I did that a while back, and I'm pretty sure they had a small but notable portion of the game where they were parodying it. What is this pot I found? Is that just for mixing chemicals? There. A bellied vase. It makes unique sound when air is blown over its top. Interesting. Oh, those are supposed to be hints then. I just noticed it says next hint. I was taking them just to be detailed descriptions. Oh, perhaps I don't use it here. Fair enough. Interesting. Pengy says never heard of it. Is that Gilligan's Island, Eric the Unready, or both?
I hope you enjoyed the ride. Unfortunately, the boat was only designed to get you here. This is the place where I dive deeper into learning about the vegetation of the island. Though herbology and chemistry were far from my original expertise, by studying the experiments, recipes, and manuscripts of the Dulmarians, I had everything I needed to master these arts. At the time, I thought the opportunity this place offered me was a blessing. I was a wanderer back then, who always enjoyed being alone. I've never been a people person. Though I was undoubtedly on my own, sometimes I had the strange feeling that someone or something was watching me.
Learn each field of study according to its kind. I just had a thought. If we're to believe that there was a people that populated this world, it's not clear whether it was their point of origin or if it was just a world they discovered and took well to. And if we're to believe that people don't age here, where have they gone? Why did they leave? Very 60s or 70s campy American TV. I caught a lot of the reruns in the early 90s. Interesting also... Oh no. I thought for a moment that there were some sparkles coming from there, but there weren't. So which way did I come from? I think I came from this way, didn't I? No. Which way did I come from? This way? No. Must have been this way. Yes. I've just forgotten about this, apparently. Do the pots go on here by any chance? Yes. Oh, so that's a receiver of musical notes. And this is how you make a melody using the pots, presumably. The only question is, how would I know what combination is it expecting? What melody is it expecting? How many pots do I have now? 1, 2, 3... well, 4 plus that metal pitcher. Oh no. Ah, there's number 5. I hope it's not the melody of the background music they're expecting me to reproduce. And then a 90s made-for-TV movie. They eventually get rescued after years on an island, have problems reintegrating into their lives. A few years later they join for a new boat tour of Hawaii that they never finished the first time, being shipwrecked, and of course it happens again on the same still uninhabited island. Of course. Well, how would they keep making films otherwise? Think of the sequels. Oh, that's a new one. I'm starting to think these symbols that I keep coming across, these ones specifically, the ones based around circles, are actually location markers. Since this one looks a bit like a test tube in a... That's not a test tube, is it? Which one's that? That's not a volumetric beaker. Well, some form of beaker in a circle. Is that the type of beaker you use for boiling things in? The secret melody must be... This is the same design of rug I saw earlier. I'm pretty sure that's identical. What was I thinking? I'm fairly certain the secret melody must be... discoverable around here somewhere. Oh no, that's 6. Why would they do this to me? There's definitely some noise about here somewhere. I mean, the music's quite loud, but I swear I keep hearing something that's that. Oh, that helps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's our melody. Speaking of me being blind, I imagine you must have all been screaming at the monitor. So that's 3, 5, 1, 6, 2. So 4's the one that's not present. This one is a bit evil, as there's 5 locations for the pots but 6 pots. Easy to think that you get the correct ones, or you might be missing one that is needed. True, but it's also clear that that a correct order is necessary. So you'd be looking for some sort of combination, and the combination here clearly has 6 lines to the stave. But I do take your point. You could get fooled. So now I have to figure out what order these go in. I don't suppose... Nah. I was going to say, should I check in the inventory, but then I remembered that those are notionally hints, aren't they? Right. I'll just listen to these 5. That should give me a good idea. That has absolutely nothing to do with their size or shape. They've just randomly assigned the notes to these pods. Actually, no, I take it back. There is at least some tendency for the smaller ones to be higher pitched. Alright, so... that's the highest pitched. Of the ones that I've listened to so far. Honestly, no screaming. I remember the challenge in this game. I didn't struggle to find this specific thing, but I struggled to see plenty that is clear in retrospect. I wish it was more easy to tell which note corresponds to which pot just by looking at the pot. I'll tell you what I should do. I should put them in what I think seems like highest to lowest. And then I can rearrange them into whatever order I need them in. So I'd anticipate that to be highest, followed by this. What's going to be next? Maybe this one? This one? No, the other way around maybe. This one, this one, this one, and then the one I've left behind is the deepest. Nope. And if I'm right, then this one should be lower still. Good. Good, good, good. Right. Let me think. First one should be second lowest. So that's this one. No, not second lowest, third lowest. Third highest. No, third lowest, I think. Yes, third lowest, so that's actually wrong. Okay, which one's the third lowest? This is the lowest. This is the third lowest because I've got the second lowest in my inventory. Third lowest. Wonderful. Next we want the second highest, which is already there. Then we want the lowest, which is in my inventory, I think. No, it's over here. No, it's here. There we go. Then what do we want? Then we want the highest, which is that one. Then we want the second lowest, not the third lowest. That one? No. That one? Maybe. I think so. Hey! Under the circumstances, that wasn't too bad. Area discovered, gardens. Oh, what have I done? I mean, opened a valve, clearly, but... Interesting. Very interesting. Is that for catching something? Or handling something that would be very, very delicate or dangerous? Oh, we have another one of those symbols that I think are location markers. I'll add that one to the list. Although I'm running out of space now, it has to be said. Something I'd like to point out, the curtain doors could have easily been non-collision objects with triggered animation. Instead, the devs took the effort to make them collision objects with pretty good physics. Did they? Oh my goodness, you're right! I can't believe I missed that. And they're even translucent. Although I think that might be a bug. I'm not sure I'm supposed to be able to see a light through there. But no, I mean, in terms of the physics, you're absolutely right. That was very good attention to detail from the devs. Praise well given. Interesting, more muck. Hello. That looks like a wine glass or a goblet. Perhaps this is the bar. Oh, I have another key.
I often visited these gardens to relax and to admire the beauty of nature. The Dalmarians already separated and named all of the native herbs. I decided to keep their original names. You're probably wondering why all of these plants are dry, considering the unique attributes of the island. The truth is, they cannot wither naturally here, so I had to weaken them myself. It was necessary in order to force you to follow the path I've laid out for you. To be able to proceed, it is essential to find a way to revitalize these herbs. There's no reason to be worried. Just barely, but they are alive.
Nice to know that he's gone well out of his way to make my life as difficult as possible. What does it even mean to be alive in a world without time? Since you'd assume things can't grow, although you have to admit things do look fairly well grown. You'd never notice anything weird if they were just non-collision with a good animation and well-timed triggers. Indeed. Wow. Someone paying very close attention might. But apparently that's not me tonight. Wonderful. I was hoping that key would go in that door. Which means... Huzzah! We have a way back. If this item is used in any... Wait, can I pick up the other pots now? Yes. Okay. I was about to say, if this pot is used in any puzzle, then it would have to be the puzzle would have to, any future puzzle would have had to have been made in such a way that they could guarantee I'd already solved this puzzle first. Otherwise it would just seem strange that I could only use one of the pots. But no, because I can pick the other pots up again, I suppose that's not true. So I wonder how I manipulate things here. Ah, that'll help. Indeed it does. Okie dokie. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or not. Are those lenses? There's a fair amount of orange crystal here. I wonder if that's a clue that it's a necessary part of the process. Oh, do I use the... Do I use the orange crystal here to light the fire through the lenses? Doesn't seem like it, does it? I wonder why, when I hover over this cylinder, I get a little moving gear as if I should be able to interact with it. I was just wondering if the substance under the letter is a clue. If it is, it's probably this violet substance. I'm guessing I need to heat this up or something? I mean, if I'm supposed to put the right mixture in here, which is probably... where is it? This. Then presumably there's a way I can clear it if I put the wrong mixture in, like the violet stuff I put in a moment ago. Aren't you able to interact with it? I mean, not that I can tell. It's in my inventory. I could use it with other things, but I can't see a way that I can interact with it independent of any other object in the world. Maybe... oh, that's how it works. Ah, I have to go to the main... I have to go to the big inventory. And this will revitalise plants, apparently. Which makes me more curious what this does. But I still need to figure out how I even use this. getting somewhere. That's interesting. Why can I interact with something over there? Or can't I? It seems like I should be able to. But then the sparkles just disappear. Maybe the sparkles that just vanish indicate where objects were in the world before I took them? Since this valve still won't turn, I'm clearly missing a step. Let's have a quick perusal of the garden area again, make sure I didn't miss anything. I'm pretty sure it's just glitchy graphics. Fair enough. No, I don't think I see anything here which is much help. I'm going the other way. So I have my ingredients over here, and I have other ingredients over here, although I haven't figured out how to harvest them yet. Oh, that's how. This one appears to be empty. Fair enough. But what I can't for the life of me figure out is how I get this valve to work, and I assume it's probably because I need to light this. There's one step here I don't remember. At least one step. Same, had to look it up now. So presumably this valve is intended to cause a mixture to be discarded, I would guess. And this valve over here is to cause it to be poured into the pot, I would guess. But it feels like something should slot into here, and based on the lenses, I assume it causes this... Well, it looks like it might even be charcoal, even though it's log-shaped. To catch fire, and then presumably that's how you get the whole process to start. But I'm missing a step here. How do I collect this stuff, incidentally? I don't know. Spoon? No. No idea. Right, that wasn't it. I wasn't expecting it to be, but it was worth a try. I wonder what it could be. Oh, there's a ladder there. Can't make it over there though. Is that the garden I can see? I think so. I suppose that's supposed to be a hint to a player that's struggling over here that you might want to check out the garden. I don't suppose there's some matches over here or something. Something of that ilk. Nice painting. I suppose we're supposed to observe the fact that since whenever he painted this, I assume it was the professor, it hasn't changed a bit. The trees haven't even grown. Possibly since yesterday. This is true. What am I missing? I can't help but think I must be missing an item. Maybe I am. Maybe it's no coincidence that I already have the ability to go back. Perhaps I've gained access to an area back here that I haven't been to yet. Hold on. This doesn't go in there, does it? No. Does this go here? Doesn't look like it. Which is fair enough. That was a bit of a long shot. I don't suppose the telescope could be involved, could it? don't suppose I could use it to concentrate the orange torch's beam. Oh, where's the way across? It's up here, isn't it? That was the quite odd key from the hum dock. Whoa! How did I do that? I didn't jump the first time, which is what was so surprising. At least I don't think I did. Maybe I did so unconsciously. Where am I now? I am... where am I? Oh, I'm here. Crystal Labs there. The watchtower's over here, so no, not much chance I'm going to be able to get a beam all the way over there. Pengy says that's the quite old key from the hum dock. I feel like that's a clue. How did I get there? It was through here, wasn't it? Ooh, I'd forgotten about this. That uses the same sort of mechanism for lighting. That does actually increase the odds that that key might be used over here, and it might give me access to some device for starting fires. Starting fires in a world without time. Could be that I need to repair the ladder first. It is a bit silly that you need a ladder in a workshop with wood and tools, to be honest. Oh, there was that bit over there that I couldn't reach, but it looked like I should be able to interact with. I don't think that's going to be productive though. Oh, I did that. I remember doing that. This is the only bit that I think is unexplored over here, but I don't see the necessary pieces. Could it be that the key was used somewhere about the main square, I wonder? I'm not saying you need it now, by the way. No, I completely understand. So how do I get this fire lighting device? I'd forgotten about this stuff. I don't think it helps though. I wonder if the spoon can... The spoon can pick this stuff up, whatever it is. Hopefully it's not fulminate of mercury. Might be in for a bit of an explosive surprise if it is. Just keeping it in my pockets. Goodness. Surely I'm missing something. I've been through this area a couple of times with the left alt. Unless it's in here and I have access to these areas already and I just don't know how. Nothing all the way back here, is there? Don't think so. examine that key again. Interesting pattern on it. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. So there's one of 8 positions each tooth could be in. Well, there's only 3 teeth, so it clearly couldn't do these. I suppose it could do the first one, actually. In theory. At least that would allow me to... If it did fit, at least that'd let me cross it off the list, as it were. Okay, it does go in there. Which means it has nothing whatsoever to do with my acquiring some sort of fire making tool. Let's cross it off the list then. Wait, I just want to double check. I couldn't pull that back out, could I? No. Yep, so that's definitely crossed off the list. Right, I suppose I'd better go back to the alchemy lab. And stare in dismay at this contraption again. I take it if I put these ingredients in now, it won't do anything. What were they? 1 green, 1 yellow, 2 white. One green, 1 yellow, and 2 white. I'm just wondering, I take it doesn't like actually catch fire the moment I do that or something, does it? No. So still no luck. Still not entirely sure what this does. I think I've been around these areas with the blue torch already. But I suppose it wouldn't hurt to go around again, just in case. I didn't miss anything down here, did I? So I don't think I've been back here. No, it doesn't look like it. Judging by the notches here, it does seem like this is expecting something to go in there which would also fit in the furnace at the dock. But at neither this location nor the dock have I found anything. What items do I even have? I haven't figured out what that does yet. This is daft. I take it... No, I can't pick up the electric eel with these, I don't know what you'd call that. Whatever these are. It looks like an equipment to collect berries and flowers. I suppose I could go back to the garden and just see whether there's anything I can collect yet. It's always possible that there's some sort of flammable plant matter over there. Bit of a long shot though. Highly flammable. But if there were, you'd have expected I'd have been able to see it using left alt. Right, so that can go in there. And here's the napalm plant, indeed. That's exactly what I was hoping for. Interesting, so this is probably an apparatus for procuring plant extracts. There's something... It's behaving as though there's... No, there's nothing here, is there? It's just the graphics again. I don't know. There might be something in there. I may need a little nudge. There's not a clearly written explanation on the walls or the ceiling, is there? Something going on up there, though. A nudge, you said. Just trying to determine if what I've just seen leads to any possibilities. That looks like a receiver. But I don't think I have a way to get a beam there. It's almost as though if I had something that was generating a beam right there, it would go up there and maybe do something. Or perhaps it's the other way round. Perhaps it's supposed to pass something down. That's interesting. That looks like I'm supposed to be able to get up there from the other side. Right, what do I see? From the garden. No. There's not an entrance over there, is there? Yeah, so I think I'm gonna need that nudge. You're right, it's not an explanation written on the ceiling or walls. Maybe slightly more of a nudge. But something written. That's a good one. Interesting. I'm a dope. They are easy to forget, but at the same time, this is the second time I've done that. Wonderful. Okay. Had to check with for Hexaron, since that's the step I forgot. interesting. So this is toggling. Is there a pattern to the ones it toggles? Looks like they toggle the... Looks like each button toggles the ones which are not directly opposite, but adjacent to the opposite. But also itself. Right. That's interesting. So, presumably, I want to activate these in such a way that if we suggest that an odd number of activations is odd parity and an even number of activations is even parity, then we want all of these to have odd parity except for these two, which should have even. I'm assuming that they're all supposed to be on and not all off. I have some of those I like, but I can't really figure out an algorithm for, at least not simple. I know what you mean. I mean, if I activated every single one of these, then every single point I think would be activated 3 times. So that would just act as an inverter. So I think the real problem is these 3. Because if I activate that one, it turns those 2 off and so forth. I need to get these in sync with the rest. Which ones are going to be affected by this? As in, which buttons, if I press them, would activate this one? Obviously itself, but also the ones that it would affect if it was turned on, so these 2. I think that's helped. There must be a way to solve it then. It stands to reason that if they all end up being turned on at some point, then it is possible to, as I say, get all these to be in the same state as the rest of them, because it's easy to turn them from either all off to all on or vice versa. Ah! if this is odd parity and this is odd parity, then if I could effectively move them, the ones that are on, around the wheel until they are both on the same point, then that's even parity. So that's activated too. Can I select a point that then changes that back into... That is to say, this was originally just one that was activated. Now it's two that's activated, ignoring this for now. Question is there any point I could activate here that would turn it back into one? That point. And now it's shifted. Shifted position. It was here, now it's here. So presumably I'll do the same again. There we go. And now I just go round. I think. Yes. Ooh, smart. That's clever. Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you to say. I now have a red crystal, and I'm guessing it fits in the slots that the alchemy lab and the furnace use. What's the way round? It's round here, isn't it? Yeah, I would just go YOLO pressing everything until I manage to stumble upon the solution. I mean, that's a valid approach. Well, we're getting somewhere. Oh. Where is it going exactly? What happens if I turn that way? I'm not sure if that's a good thing or not. Probably not. How do I fill this up again? Oh, is that what this is for? Maybe not. This is collecting the steam. So is it condensing whatever the liquid is up there? No, it's taking it off that way. And presumably disposing of it? Is this how I refill it? Ah, is that what the valve over here was about? No. I had the same issue that I couldn't figure out a way to order them to push the solution forward since it inverted all over the place, but building one construct of two pushes that just inverted two beside each other makes it possible to make an algorithm much more easily. I notice this fire hasn't gone out. I don't know if that's the intention or not. I feel like it's going to make it hard to refill. Wait, can I do something like this? That's not quite what I intended. What about... Can it go here? Yes, but that's not very useful. Oh, this is probably for watering the plants out here. Once I get the correct solution, I can probably bring everything back to life. By solution, I mean chemicals in solution. I need a cold beam to put this fire out, I think. A microwave freezer. Exactly. An apparatus that induces any substance it's pointed at to emit microwaves and therefore cool itself. I feel like this is how I'm supposed to fill the jug, but I can't figure out how I fill this cauldron again. What is steaming there? Because I can only assume it's not vaporized glass. Because if it were, then you'd expect the lens to be slowly disappearing. But air shouldn't do that. That is rather odd. Right, I can only assume this is in some way used to refill that. Since I don't know what other purpose it would have here. I suppose it could be just a generic mixing pot. Oh dear. I don't know, 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Looking at this carefully, I don't see anything about here for refilling the container. As in, I see nothing that looks like it could be an external water supply that would fill it, other than maybe this. But if that were it, then clearly something's wrong. Strange that the valve always keeps going in the same direction clockwise. I mean, that does kind of suggest that if I'm able to refill it at all, then I need to use some external receptacle to carry the water there, but that would be a lot of trips unless I had a very large receptacle. Maybe the key is up here somehow. There's clearly something going on up there. Or maybe not. I don't suppose I've been written a letter about this, have I? No. I'm not sure games have the correct proportion sometimes. Oh, I see what you mean. You mean I could fill this up using an eyedropper in one trip? Right, that's for pouring into something. If you find an eyedropper, maybe. I mean, a fairly large eyedropper. I'm going back to the area I just gained access to. Am I absolutely certain I didn't miss something? I probably should have checked the walls with the blacklight torch, shouldn't I? Although admittedly that hasn't shown anything up. I mean, I do have access to the... Wait, what was that? Oh, nothing. Just the electric eel. Not that it is actually an eel. I do have access to the heat stone now. But I'm only aware of one other place where that's used at all. Namely here. Saving game. I could send smoke signals with that. No, I feel like I probably need additional items before I can use that usefully. My apologies for being in and out so much. But you continue to make good progress. Thank you. Not as much progress as you might think, though. Auto-corrupt. Indeed. That's one of the keys I need. Now I know enough to recognise what that is. I don't suppose I could... No, I can't put that into the telescope and burn things from afar. Probably a good thing. That sounds highly illegal. Do you see any law enforcement around here? Do you see any courts? Happened again. I didn't jump. There's something very strange going on there. That does indeed look like a glitch. I suspect that it's probably a collision box that's slightly off. Because of course they seem to like their invisible walls a lot in this game. So one thing I think I will actually ask. Do I currently have access to everything I need to refill this? Or are there additional steps? Yes, you have access. Okay. I'm clearly just being a massive fool and missing things that are right in front of me. I'll confirm, you have what you need for the next step here. No comment on what the next step is. Can I dump various powders in the dirty looking water, I wonder? Yes. You just covered the trash can, well done. Oh, thank you. Where does that go? Can't quite see. What items do I have? There's test tube, there's fruit collecting utility, the red torch. I don't suppose blue puts us out, does it? No, that would be a bit silly. Sorry, the orange torch, the spoon, the blue torch, the pot, the jug, the heat stone, the recipe, and that's it. May I ask what you want to make in the cauldron? Two things. For an experiment, I'd like to make whatever this is and see what happens. But more importantly, I would like to make the recipe. Here. This. I'll tell you what, there is actually a liquid that I intend to use in here. If the proportions were really, really out, then this might work. Oh, okay. Interesting. I mean, it's still there. I assumed I had to fill it up with water before I could do any useful alchemy. But, no, apparently not. Guess that's what I get for making assumptions. That doesn't appear to do anything useful. So, does this get rid of it? It does. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Right, let me just double check the recipe. The Jahes. That is indeed what we need. In there, please. What else do we need? We need orange. We need 2 red. We need 1 purple, 2 blue. So nothing immediately happens to indicate that this is done. Oh, I need 2 of the liquid. So 2 of them, 1 of them, 2 of them, 1 of them, 2 of them. Well, that's certainly what we have. Okie doke. Now, presumably, I use it here. I hope it's alright for me to breathe this in. And don't forget to... That was the achievement. Ooh. Now I have access to all sorts of different flowers and fruiting bodies. Thank you. Took me a while, but I got there. Looking at the time, it's getting rather late. So I should probably stop there. Thank you for coming, everyone. I hope you enjoyed it. I'll be streaming again on Friday, in which I'll be continuing with Quern. And then on Saturday as well. I hardly imagine I'll finish the game in one more session. And then we're back round to Monday stream. I have someone new to thank, don't I? So thank you for Haxaron. I'm probably butchering that, I apologise. For the follow, I do appreciate it. So once again, I hope you have a wonderful night, and good night.